Hey y'all, this is Ishnai Ciarfox. Welcome to my stream. I need to move my model over. I just realized because to respect people that they are, if they decide to talk, they don't show. Anyways, hi, this is Ishnai Ciarfox. Welcome to my stream, and we're about to do the tank quest line. I have not played my Dark Knight in forever. Oh yeah, and I was also going to do, remind me, is the tribe quest for the Pilu Pilu. The Norwell beckons. Oh, hello. Judging by your attire, you must be the traveler across the sea. I suppose Ivu? Hey, Gravath, how are you? Has enlisted you for our aid. I have forgotten how to say 90% of these these names, so, I'm gonna make it up as I go. That you were guided here safely must be the work of the brave Narwhal, who remains watchful even in this dire time. We're grateful for your vigilance. Oh, no, that isn't anything new. And I'm doing okay, I guess, for today. I forgot to take my Adderall, I think. Wait a second. My name is... Lorenzi. Lorenzen! I'm Zen. Zinny, you're Zinny now. And I hail from the northern reaches of Zocteral, where even our breath freezes when caught in chilly winds. Our people revere a Torio Vitra of the Norwal. Okay, Torio Vitra are creatures that have become so strong, like, over the ages, that they're, like, I guess, in some places worshipped like gods. Or other times have to be slaughtered because they're murdering a bunch of people, but they're too strong for normal people. Whose essence rests the cradle of the sleepless, our most sacred treasure. Through fathomless depths it swarms without rest, protecting its home from any who do it harm. Yeah. Like Japanese gods. You know, many of them. Except they're more creature, like monster-based than human-based, in the sense of a thought process. Legends tell that the narwhal could place the burden of its fatigue upon another, and thus was able to maintain its vigil night and day. So too can anyone who possessed the cradle lull a person, willing or no, into a deep slumber, all while avoiding the need for sleep themselves. Needless to say, such power could cause untold harm in the wrong hands. Thus, our greatest warrior of our village, Tinto... Awa. You're Awa now. Tasked with crossing the ocean, returning that which was most sacred to us. I'd have joined him, but I fear I would only be a burden, so I remain here, that I might find someone to send to his aid. Awa has ever rushed bravely and blindly into the thick of things, leaving me behind to watch and worry. Back into the fray, yes! Oh, by the way, since I actually remembered, in the key of the actually fucking remembered, I found a mod for, Rune Factory 4 that makes Freya redheaded. So, next stream, you will see that. You know, looking closer to me. But if there's anything I can do to help, even a little, I must. Baruch Ivu has done well to send you to me. I can tell you're just the woman to temper his more reckless tendencies and keep him safe during his quest. Yes, I know. As luck would have it, a letter from Awa arrived shortly before you did. It seems he discovered the thief has made their way to a place called Ishgard. Fun. While I don't doubt his prowess, even Awa would be rendered helpless before the narwhal's lullaby. Please, could you follow him to Ishgard and find him before he does anything rash? Well, if I can't I'll say, if I can't, you know, try and woo my dear, elf up there, I will be very unhappy. If you don't want to say this without being spoiled, Wolf, I totally understand. Ishgard is like a second home to me. Literally. It's where I fled when all shit broke loose. Alright, thank you, Ishnai. I knew the narwhal would guide a brave protector to our side. Awa sends sails to an unfamiliar place, but despite his hasty nature, he'd doubtless spend time gathering information about his new surroundings before the plan and his next step. As a warning, these are kind of very funny quests. They aren't as serious. I mean, the subject is serious, but at the same time, they aren't treated seriously. It's kind of like the Hildebrand quests, which are just hilarious. If Ishgard has a place like this one where people gather to drink and talk, he's at the Nameless Night or whatever. He might go there. As for a soulman with blue hair and attire like mine, and I'm sure it won't be long before you find him. To be fair, I really liked the healer one. It was stupid. It was amazing. I have it somewhere on my YouTube, but think the Joker, or actually more like Harley Quinn and one of her minions, except going fucking wrong with everything, but still trying hardest to be a serious villain. The most serious that ever serious. I was hoping to get my warrior up. I have him at 69. Yes, hot. I was hoping to get him to 70 so we could finish the tank quest for warrior. Oh, the Forgotten Knight, not Nameless Knight. Yeah. If it isn't Ishnai, what'll it be? I'm looking for a man. A lad from the Western continent? Well, I can't be going around gossiping about the comings and goings of my customers, now can I? That's the quickest way to an empty tavern. But I suppose since you're you, I can make an exception just this once. Kind of like the last time you made this exception just this fucking once. The lad, much like the one you described, walked through my door not long ago. Was asking anyone whose ear he could bend about some stolen narwhal or something such he was after. Usually you buy someone a drink before interrogating them, but not him. Nobody knew what he was going on about, but he was determined. Ask where else in Ishgard people might gather to flap their lips. I told him to head to the Jeweled Crozer. If you leave now, I reckon he'll still be there. You know him when you see him, trust me. You know what? I'm gonna be very disappointed if Mir doesn't come into this. I'm for Mirvik. I'm saying his name wrong. Let me pull it up. I am. Look, it's been a while. Oh, he isn't listed in here yet. Oh. I mean, Estinian's part of it. Albert. No, I love that it doesn't have the name of him when he's kind of friends with him. Oh, I'm very unhappy. No. Because it's kind of a guy that I kind of crush on in this game and totally don't romance it, or try and romance and have a candlelight dinner with. I'm not actually joking on that last part. Ermic. I was right! I mean, he's the leader. He's the current leader of the Lord of Speaker of the House of Lords. Alright, I can teleport there. And I totally ship him and Estinian. It's hilarious. And my character. But I also ship a lot of my character with a lot of these people. So, I mean... Hot-blooded young youth. I'm looking for a blue-haired one. Is he blue-haired? Yes. Bunch of useless by the Norwal's horn. You'd think manners keep people warm for how desperately these people cling to them. Here I am trying to rid their city of a thief. Yes? It seems you know me, but I don't think I've ever seen you before. I'd remember. Do I look that crazy? Lauren sent you? Well, even across oceans, she can sense when I'm in trouble. Well, I won't deny a helping hand, especially one with her blessing. I have no luck getting information from these people. It seems there are unwritten rules regarding favors, so that nobody has bothered to tell me. Oh, trust me, you have to learn them. I know the thief traveled here, but that's where the trail runs cold. I thought it'd only be a matter of time until they used the cradle to commit some misdeed or another, but it seems nothing amiss within or without Ishgard's walls. I've only one description to go on, although it's availed me nothing so far. A woman of our race known in this land as Elizin. She has striking red hair and eyes the color of rust. A scar dominates her forehead and a mole rests upon her lips. Ew. She came to my village posing as a scholar and an interest in the cradle. Although she gave us a name, I know now it was a lie, just like everything else that spewed from her mouth. A bounty of meat, vegetables, and fruits she offered was worth its weight in gold to us. After the cold snap we suffered last year, we couldn't afford to turn her away. Also, sometimes I have problems with this game. Getting stuck. So tell me if the screen stops. But looking back, I realized how brazen her deception was. Although she wore the robes of a scholar, she moved with the poise of a predator. I marked her as a fearsome warrior the moment I laid eyes on her. It has frozen. Damn it. Guess we'll have to do this the other way. Of course, she wouldn't have been able to travel far north on her own if she was unseasoned, so I thought nothing of it at the time. It was my first misstep of many. That is all I know. It's not much, but if you see the smallest scrap of a clue in there, it'll be a damn sight better than what I currently have. Hey, Rose! A skilled sword would be known among the knights of the congregation. I wonder if my babe is there! I wonder if my babe is there! She's hot, by the way. She won't be voiced in this. It kind of sucks that the role quests are not voiced. Knights, was it? I suppose that's what you call those deadly-looking fellows clad in steel. Yes, you may be onto something there. But where would we find one willing to speak? At their barracks near the tavern? I know the way. I'll meet you there. Yeah, absolutely out of money for VAs. Sorry, I think I'm getting a headache. Let me take some pain meds. Or at least it's in the corner of my head. Ow. I'll continue. I mean, they've been, doing very well with failing games recently. Square Enix has, so they have to turn to their money crop somehow. Since it's the only thing really making money right now. I have some pain meds here, no worries. This is it, right? Let's not waste any time, Ishnai. Oh, I get to talk to a man. Is Lucia here? Or is she still with the contingent up in, Galarmod? Why, Mistress Ciarfox, what brings you to the congregation? Well, the NFT game that, they had totally didn't shut down. Of course not. This Passage of the Unbound is not a name I've heard before, but if one of their numbers brought an artifact of great power to Ishgard, we would be ill-advised to suffer their presence. We shall act on this information at once. If there's aught anything that would threaten the peace, it is our duty to root it out. Consider the Knights of the Congregation at your disposal. Thank you for hearing us out, truly. Now, does anything about the description we shared ring a bell? An Elysian woman with red hair and the eyes the color of rust. Wait, you said she bore a scar on her forehead, yes? And a mole? No, it could not be. Do you know who she is? Well, such information usually privy to those within our order. Pray understand my hesitation. What? Weren't you listening to anything I told you? She's too dangerous to be left alone. Nah, this isn't time for secrecy. I know I'm a stranger in your city, but I can't stand by while innocent lives might be at risk. If you can't trust Awa, then trust me. You're right, of course. If the hero who ended the Dragon Song War is not worthy of our trust, then who is? Very well. Master Awa, pray accept my apologies. Although you may not be Ishgardian, your desire to keep its people safe is plain to see. We shall place our trust in you, as Mistress Ciarfox has. And I just met him, literally. Good thing he will not betray our trust. Except he'll probably piss me off by some of his actions. I'm glad we can see eye to eye. Now then, what do you know of this thief? Your description called back some old memories. Memories of a knight named... These are all French names, by the way, if you couldn't tell. I mean, there's a boy there, but cool. I'll see what she looks like. Some of the ones I named, like, Jesse and James from Pokemon with their little bits. She said red hair and all this other stuff. Leo. Fine. Merely recalling your story makes me ill at ease, for the mark she left upon our honorable order was black as pitch. None know of her whereabouts since she was expelled from the congregation. I had thought living with shame of her deeds would be punishment enough. If now she consorts with villains that threaten the very foundation of order, 'tis clear we have suffered her freedom no longer. We can suffer her freedom no longer. I shall inform my superiors of this development and suggest that the congregation does all in its power to track Leo down and place her in custody. If we learn aught of value, I promise to share it with you at once. Really? That's more than we could have asked. I suppose we ought to consider what to do in the meantime. Care to join me over there, Ishnai? Do I have a choice? Yes, cat. I'll pet you. Just don't get on the keyboard. I actually have to use the keyboard with this game. Yes, because their ears would freeze off. So we have a name. Leo, a formal knight of Ishgard. That means she knows how to hide herself in the city well. Grasping at straws won't get us anywhere. My own unfamiliarity does little to help our chances. We may have no choice but to wait until the knights discover our lead. Nevertheless, I intend to spend every waking moment learning more about the city and its workings. Well, I mean, plot armor to some degree, but it's rare for you to see in actual literature to, you know, actually protect. I would think protecting the ears would be very important if they stick out so much. As for you, I only ask you be ready to move at a moment's notice. Until then, be well. Well, I've already leveled up to level 100, so we'll just continue this plot line all the way through. Awa, eyeing each passing Ishgardian with curiosity. There you are, Ishnai. I've been walking Ishgard's streets whenever I'm able, and I've taken to searching for any sleeping people. You see, the land I'm from isn't much warmer than this, and people know not to tempt fate by dozing off in the open air. Even those blind with drink manage to find their way home somehow. I figured the only force powerful enough to overcome that instincts for self-preservation would be the cradle. So we find any sleeper exposed to the elements. We may very well discover Leo nearby. Can't imagine she brought it all this way just to remain idle. It's a tedious prospect, but we need to scour every back alley and shadowed walkway before anyone catches something worse than a cold. Mistress Ciarfox, Master Awa, I bring you good tidings. The Temple's knights wasted no time in distributing handbills across Ishgard containing Leo's description. These efforts have already bore fruit. We but recently received a report of someone matching her features being sighted. Really? Where? She was sighted near Cap Dragonhead. Cry! He described a woman with red hair and distinct scar on her forehead. Hoshafat! Ah! Okay. Hoshafat was the original one who took us in after we had to escape Eorzea because of a gunpowder treason and plot, and we were blamed for it. And he died. Justice for Hoshafat! Better, yeah, smile better. Shut up! He's also smile better suits a hero. Damn it! It's the last words to us. But Camp Dragonhead was the place that he commander of. Horsefant, yeah, I know. Horsefant. He described a woman with red hair and a distinct scar on her face. Does this mean I have to deal with his fucking brother, I mean half-brother, who I want to strangle with every bit of my being? It's not because he's a bad person, it's just keep calling me old girl. And other such things, and... The outpost is reached by passing through the Gates of Judgment and heading east. Once there, speak to Sir Enoch for a full report. I knew he'd show herself. Hurry, Ishnai! She'd show herself. Old. I'm gonna have to see if he's here. I know it says over there for the quest thing, but I have to see. Fucker is here. Have anything to say to me, sir? Fuck you! I mean, sorry. Ishnai, old girl, when I saw you off in the Ragnarok, I had every faith you would return, and here you are, a more dependable comrade a man could not hope for. He's still fucking calling me old girl. I'm killing him. I swear, I'm killing him. I'm older than you. True. But... he might actually be older than... I don't know about my character age. I mean, I did get stuck in, frozen in time and space for 5 years. This must be him. Don't dally. I was informed you were on your way. Disconcerting report by one of our sentries, yes? You sighted a woman matching the description in the handbill sent by the congregation. She was headed south along the footpath, but that's all we know. Yes, this is Eugene. Eugene, this is Eugene! What? Hold fast. I shall sedate at once. What happened? A shipment of supplies was waylaid by monstrous beasts. A contingent of the Temple Knights should be protecting it, but something is amiss. They're asleep. We need our help. We would be in your debt. The shipment was attacked in the road west of the observatorium. I shall muster more knights. Please go find my men before any lives are lost. I mean, yes. I don't know my character's age. See, he's still shorter than most. He's not as short as, Alphino. But Elizan take longer to grow up to some degree in height. Well, he also has the, I guess, how can I put it? The mannerisms of a fucking child, and it was truly, truly nepotism that got him into this position at Camp Dragonhead. At least with Horsafont, he's a bastard son, and he didn't get anything really handed to him. Well, as much. His father still came in to help, to some degree, but he couldn't do much. Ads about to start. Hi, Awa! They should be close, right? I'll search the other side of the river. Ishnai, you search further down the road. I'll keep your weapon ready. I'll think about it. Are you still? I forget a lot of things too. also don't remember how to run this fucking tank. I don't tank. Well, I mean, I have to level a tank right now, but it's not this one. I have not touched my gunbreaker. It's still at level 60. I'm doing one tank really at a time. I mean, I sometimes do my pally, but that's usually just to do tribal quests to level them up that way. Which reminds me, y'all keep in mind, after I finish the role quests, I need to do the tribal quests for the Pilu Pilu. Hi, Ming! The chocobos are asleep. You saved us! We were almost... Oh. The fluffy crocodiles. You won't be feasting today. Why'd you take my kill? Kill stealer. Not a moment too soon. The wide eye watches eternal, and the eternal sleep that bestows. We were too late. No, they're not. Just look, they're asleep is all. Good, good. Our trusty chocobos suddenly became unsure on their feet, and the wagon toppled onto the side of the road. There's nothing for it but to fix this damage on the spot. The Temple Knights went to secure the area, but before I knew it, each one of them had fallen asleep where they were standing. Then the beasts attacked. It was just me before those snarling fangs. Kick 'em. Time to wake up. Sleep here any longer and the cold will have you. Violence. Okay. Violence and black screen. Ugh, what happened? We fell asleep, but we were patrolling. You must be mistaken. A Temple Knight would never shirk his duties so. Are you calling me a liar? I saw you fall over on your ass before my eyes. I mean, there was slapping involved. Didn't say where the slapping occurred. If not for Sir Eugene's quick response and the bravery of these warriors, we would all be food for the vultures by now. The congregation will hear of this dereliction of duty, you can be sure. Now hold just a moment. They aren't the one to blame. A sacred relic of my people was stolen, and... Now's not the time. Sorry, forget I said anything. Whatever dizziness overcome the chocobo seems to have passed, and I'll resume my journey once the carriage is repaired. Assuming my guards are quite refreshed, I believe we can make it on our own. Please return to Camp Dragonhead and warm yourselves. You should tell them so they don't get in trouble for dereliction of duty. It's no coincidence that giant birds and 2 guards leave their senses around the same time. This is the work of the Cradle. But even if Leo was here, she's no longer. Let's return to the city and consider our next steps. And also, he has to listen to us because I am a ward of the House of Fortonks. See? He's the House of Forthomp's knight, and I outrank him. You said the knights from the camp head are on their way. Yes? Then I believe we shall have ample protection for the remainder of our journey. Forthomp's! It's a French area! The only reason why I know how to say it correctly is I've heard it enough. Leo may have escaped us, but the witness reports give us a clue to follow. Thank the Narwhal for guiding us swiftly to the Knights. We have received the report of the incident near Camp Dragonhead. 2 of our own sleeping on duty by the Fury. Had you reached them a moment later, this day would have been more darker, although it pains me to say it. Those 2 shall be punished as benefits the magnitude of their negligence. If I may, I don't believe the blame rests entirely on their shoulders. The Cradle of Sleeplessness was used against them, I'm certain. Ah yes, you said it possessed the power to lull others into a deep sleep. I admit that would explain these exceptional circumstances. Regardless, were still bested by their enemy, and their charge was almost killed as a result. Punishment is the only recourse. I see. A harsh stance maybe, but I can respect that you don't treat your duty lightly. People are still doing fucking fireworks! Well, if you learned anything else about Leo's plots, please let us know at once. Even though we didn't find her, I'm glad we were able to save those soldiers. Thank you for coming to us. Nay, 'tis the Temple Knights who owe you thanks. We shall continue our search, and rest assured we shall be the first to know of any developments. Ishnai, more I'd like to tell you at the Cradle, things I should have told you sooner. I mean, yes, really! Join me over there, and I'll do my best to fix that mistake. I wonder if she's in there. No, she's not here. You want me to show you the lady that I'm talking about? Absolutely gonna lose money by switching around. I was hoping she'd be back, but no, she's still over here. Though she is from Ishgard. Originally. Lucia. Isn't she hot? She's so hot. And she's a tall mommy. Of course I picked the shortest cat I could be. Alphino and Alize have returned home, have they? The rebuilding efforts proceeding as they are is only a matter of time. I imagine it will not be long before the Ishbard contingency prepares to withdraw it all. I mean, would you? Come on, would you smash, Wolf? A hot lady in armor, would you smash? Honestly, no. Okay. Walk away then. Damn. I don't know. I'm willing to kneel before her. Damn. I'm quite sure with the amount of training she has, she could fucking crush you. With those thighs. Alright, Awa. What do you want to tell me? Now you've seen with your own eyes what I've only been able to describe. I mean, I'm quite sure it's obvious. It's hard to not describe people falling asleep suddenly. The Narwhal's lullaby can pull even hardened warriors into a restful sleep. I mean, even though nobody uses it, mage class has a fucking sleep spell. Crowd control spell. Now using, the Narwhal's lullaby can even pull hardened warriors into a restful slumber. They may as well be defenseless as a newborn babe, but even with such power, my people had never used it to attack our enemies. The sole purpose has always been to keep a single person awake, an eternal guardian who would never sleep, never rest. The wide-eyed, me. 10 years I've been awake, training day and night to gain the strength I have now. The strength to shield my people. Of course, another must receive the wariness I cast aside. The Shut-Eye. You've met her, in fact. Lorenz. I've been awake these 10 years, and she spent the better part of her days in deep slumber. Her brief periods of wakefulness are spent exercising and eating so her body doesn't waste away. And so we've barely spoken, despite how much I depend on her. When we were young, we'd spend our days exploring the mountain pass. That time is long gone. I bet he has to sleep now. Telling you all this now, I realize how very little of my life has been dedicated to my own pursuits. Lorenz and I have both devoted ourselves entirely to the protection of our village. That explains your skill. Every bit my skill I owe to Lorenz. Not for her sacrifice, I'd be no stronger than your average hunter. But I've barely had the chance to thank her. But we don't have the luxury to dwell in regrets. I see now that although my people never used the cradle for ill, wicked hearts can still twist anything towards evil. Duh! And that's something I can't tolerate. The very thought of that might happen against me makes the bile churn in my gullet. We must bring Leo's schemes to an end. Oh, what has it? Ah, just the person I wanted to see. I'd like to ask your advice on a certain matter, if you don't mind. It's been a while since my last letter to Lorenz. I wanted to wait till I discovered something worth sharing to write to her, but we're still completely in the dark. I don't want her to worry, but I don't know what to tell her. Whatever you write, don't make her wait too long. Good advice as usual. I wish we had even a single thread to grasp, but an unexciting letter is better than none at all. Watch as somebody shows up with a message. Alright, I'll start right away. I may not have much time left. Don't misunderstand, it's not so grave as that. It's just the last time I used the cradle was just before it was stolen. Luckily, I'm still alert than I ever been, but it won't be long till I must dream like any other. That will give Lofen free rein when I'm helpless in bed. There's no quarry more dangerous than one who doesn't sleep. We have to see this through before that happens. Oh, look! A messenger! Mr. Ciarfox, Master Awa, we've received reports that several groups of temple knights have fallen afoul of what could be your stolen artifact. Several, let me guess, they're all guarding someone else. That would be correct. It is the duty of the knight to protect those who cannot protect themselves. If we fail at even the most basic function, then our honor means nothing. As the incident occurred near Camp Dragonhead was not shameful enough, the knights in the most recent attacks were left in quite a compromising position. Naked? Okay, not naked. Oh! That's hilarious. Yet the weight of embarrassment is trifle compared to the guilt we would bear if any innocent came to harm. The fairy was merciful in that respect, but we'd rather not see this incident repeat. You know, I murdered the fairy. I mean... I've killed all the gods in Eorzea, by the way. I mean, the main 12. Main 13, now that I think about it. With Hydaelyn along with it. Still, well, the Temple Knights and also the Zodiarch. Temple Knights must work to repair their reputation in the days ahead. This is a far cry from bringing Ishgard crumbling to its knees. Truth be told, the methods of this passage of Unbound leave me mystified. But Leo is cunning, if nothing else. She's basically trying to embarrass you. Until we can discern her true motivations, we have little recourse but to wait till she makes a mistake. Perhaps she gets her jolliest seeing people humiliated. Yeah, I know, right? Many among the knights have suggested the same. Leo may be a part of this esoteric order, but she's never been one to put her own has ever been one to put her own interests first and foremost. The cradle is a tool of peace, yet Leo uses it for childish pranks. She makes a mockery of its sacred power. We have to get it out of her clutches. And to do that, we have to start asking the right questions. This new information makes me wonder, why has she focused her attention on the Temple Knights? Because she got booted from them. Hello? Vengeance! Vengeance is mine! I pondered the same. Posted at Camp Dragonhead are knights from many houses of repute, including House Fontamps. Being a former knight herself, Leo doubtless knows their habits and training. Perhaps it makes it easier for her to exploit their weaknesses. Then if we follow the knights, we may pick up her trail. It's not ideal, but it's the best we have to go on. Well, a large contingent of knight has but recently been dispatched to Korthus. You remember Gorgain Mills, yes? It has lain abandoned ever since the heretics were driven from it. Fine. If there is ever the risk that unsavory elements might infest it once again, thus the Temple Knights have planned joint patrols of its contingents. If you would speak to Sir Redwall of the Falcon's Nest, I am certain he would be glad to have you along. In other words, the farm area where we first met Lady Iceheart. Cry about that too. One second, y'all. Back. I mean, I've murdered quite a few people now that I think about it in later parts, too. It's not just, you know, that time. Hi, buddy old pal. Been a while. Is that Mr. Ciarfox I see? Of course, you're ever welcome in Falcon's Nest. Yet I believe I do not know your companion here. Indeed, whispers of the Temple Knight's humiliations have reached us even here. Falling asleep while on duty? I dare not believe the stories, but it seems there was truth in them after all. They fell asleep, true, but it wasn't their fault. We suspect they fell victim to an enemy wielding a powerful artifact. Now, the rumors failed to mention anything like that. If it can lull even trained warriors to sleep, then we must treat it as a serious threat. Nevertheless, if one knight falls, another is always at the ready to take their place. So long as this artifact cannot put an entire regiment under its spell, I believe we are well positioned to combat it. Interesting. The idea of your allies falling in battle doesn't seem to disturb you at all. Where I hail from, a single warrior is responsible for the safety of his entire village. Make no mistake, we do not doubt our allies' mettle, and we mourn every loss. Yet each man and woman here knows that if they must quit the battle, another sword is just as fierce that will take their place. To know an ally is at your back, it would allow you to fight with abandon. Now, you believe this Leo might take an interest in our activities at Gorgain Mills, right? A party has already left, accompanied by a group of Temple Knights. If your suspicions are correct, then they are at risk. I would ask that you follow in their tracks and ensure they have not fallen victim to foul play. The mills can be found north, I know, just across the Black Iron Bridge. The party should be arriving there soon, conditions permitting. I guess they're real telling it for him. You have to reach before Leo does. One second again, sorry. She brought me tea. Alright. We go up to Zia. She's already gone. Sorry. Yeah, it sounds like she fed Emotep. Like I said, I've been trying to get Emotep to like her. It hasn't worked. Her feeding him. We don't have that kind of money. Deli meats are rather expensive. Oh, look! They're asleep. Kick them. We're too late. They're fast asleep. Fast asleep. Fast asleep. But Redwall gives the impression there are more knights. These might twist them in lookouts. Should awaken them, but keep your eyes peeled for Leo. I'll rouse these ones. Ishnai, you should search building yonder. Should I check the basement as well? The worship horror basement? Who the hell are you? How'd you get past the guards? Yes, we are checking. It's the horror basement that... You know, they haven't livened this place up since, you know, the heretics were here. You know, you'd think. No, it is not the sexy one with... It is not that awesome. It's you! Thank the Fury you arrived when you did. Those thugs struck when our backs were turned. I assumed the Temple Knights that were protecting the entrance, so I wasn't cautious as I should have been. Were they killed? Sleeping? I've heard the stories, of course, but I didn't think they were true. Whoever is behind this, I'm sure they didn't count on you showing up. For now, we shall tend to our wounds, then finish our inspection here. Mr. Ciarfox, I have to ask you to join the knights outside and wait till we've finished. I mean, also murdered Shiva. See, it's not on her lips, it's beside her lips. You know, Shiva should step on me, but she hasn't stepped on me, which makes me sad. As I thought, just when I was becoming bored, I sighted a familiar face among these slumbering knights. Simply had to come and make sure it was you. You finally found the courage to show yourself. Hand over the cradle now and I won't kill you. What did they call you again? The wide-eyed? You must have quite the journey to come this far. Be careful, Ishnai. This is our quarry. The thief who stole the cradle of Sleepless. This is Leo. That is your ally? Wear their nimble hands. They may seek your artifact for themselves. It matters not, I suppose. Before you throw both your lives away, I suggest you think for a moment. Is the cause you fight worth the sacrifice? Bitch, I saved the universe. You are literally pitiful nothing compared to that. Yeah, it's practically on her cheek. Or chin, kind of thing. It's kind of between those. Corner of her mouth. Not on her lips at all. So few of us know true freedom. Is there aught you would grasp with your own hands? Do so before they wither and your eyes shut for the last time. Bitch. Don't give me this dribble. The codes and rules that would bind men are mere illusions. Open your eyes, truly open them, and you shall see a path all your own. Only a fool would waste their life in the struggle of another. Sure. Quit spouting nonsense. I know, right? Nonsense? Perhaps I am here because of another, after all. You know what? You're, okay? Who came to me at the height of my debauchery and welcomed me into her devious brotherhood. She guided me to great power, yes, and how I lead others upon the unbound path. Yet, truth be told, I have little interest in seeing where it ends. To tear down the world's nations, Ishgard among them, and usher the world into... Well, what does it matter? It's true, but, like, we live in a society. I know, right? Yet I do derive great pleasure from shaming the Temple Knights, and seeing the snickers and jeers deflate their pompous stride as they walk down the streets. If this artifact can hasten their fall from grace, I believe I shall keep it. I know the path I walk. The one that leads you to your downfall. Leads to your downfall. I'm adding words to these sentences. I won't abandon it. I'll take the cradle back. Then I'll fall asleep. I know, right? Or it's just I am bad at reading. My reading aloud skills need to work. Oh dear, you seem to have lost your train of thought. I know you cannot hear me, but if you want your artifact back, might I suggest stealing it from me while I'm asleep? But considering the burden I've just passed on to you, that opportunity may not come for some time. You know, I sucked at improv when I used to take acting classes. I can't think that fast. Why, I feel absolutely transcendent. To think the shackles of fatigue weighed so heavily. Alas, it appears the artifact needs its own repose of sorts. No matter, I have learned more than enough to take my next step. To see that this lot is disposed of. Till the least you can do for freedom I have given you. Oh, sweetie, I've murdered gods. I repeat, I fucking murdered gods. What do you think you're doing against me? Your freedom's gonna end pretty quick when I fucking kill you. Where is your freedom now? Where is your freedom in death? I mean, there is a form of freedom in death. Freedom! I have to carry him back, don't I? How hard do I have to hit him to wake up? You try as you might to rouse Awa. He seems to be completely detached from the waking world. God, I have to carry him back. Good thing I've carried 5 corpses before, and one of them of Rogadin, which is like 3 times my own size, to help bury them. It looks like you saved us twice today. Thank you. I've saved you more than that, but also thank you. But what of him? Fast asleep, just as we were. Could this be what Sir Firmalbert warned us in his report? I see. Then those stories are more than just wicked rumors. I suppose there is some less comfort in the fact that our enemy tipped their hand without causing loss of life. While the drowsiness made my eyes heavy, my ears could not mistake Leo's arrogant voice. If she will not scruple to attack former comrades in arms, then she has fallen farther than I had dare imagine. Yet we bear the blame for allowing her to get the upper hand, and in doing so put innocent lives in danger. Another black mark on our order. You remember when your order tried to kill me? Just saying. 'Twas only thanks to you and your companions' efforts the snow was not stained red this day. At the very least, allow us to carry him back to the congregation. Remember when your order took Aomir prisoner and beat the living shit out of him? Like, tortured him? Our work here is done, so we shall accompany them as far as the Falcon's Nest. Ishnai, pray return to Ishgard and look after your friend. Aramik. Like, apparently he has scars on his back from it. But he was leader of the order until he became Lord of the House, Lord Speaker of the House. When the government changed over to a democracy when it used to be a theocracy. My mind's dying. And the Pope was he was the bastard son of the Pope. And the Pope literally beat the living shit out of him. Well, I mean, had other people torture him. So, good father. 10 out of 10. And the thing is, him being the son of the Pope was secret, of course. I'm full glad to see you well, Mistress Ciarfox. I understand you came fresh from an encounter with none other than... You know, I want to find a better name than Leo. Because that's close enough to Leon, and she's not cool enough for that. Thinking. Did I call any of them Jesse? On that? It doesn't seem right with Freedom, her having it. 1 second. I have an insult. I just don't remember the character name. I have to look it up. Okay, I'm trying to find the name of the character. No. I'm looking for the fucking girl from Ava. Okay. Ava from Borderlands 2. Borderlands 3, excuse me. Ava, the fucking girl that gets Lilith killed. Well, glad I am to see you, Mr. Ciarfox. I understand came fresh from a encounter with none other than Ava. Master Awa now rests on the second floor. We shall stand vigil by his side every moment until he opens his eyes again. We should not have long to wait, but if you wish to check on him, please do so at your leisure. There seems to be another matter to discuss. Just before your departure to the mills, there was another incident. A group of criminals were released from their cells, and their guards found in a deep sleep. Doubtless Ava was behind this. And doubtless the ruffians you clashed with were those self-same criminals. Ava is gathering those who bear a grudge against the Temple Knights to her side. Oh, really? And using this animosity to her advantage. We now know for certain that Ava is the mastermind of these attacks, and their aim is to chip away at the very foundation of the Temple Knights. Though the Calypso twins also work with that definition now that I think about it. But Ava was just being the worst. I might go with the... I mean, Maya, not Ava. Not Lilith. Lilith dies, doesn't she too? Okay. And I use Maya a lot. Like, a lot in, Borderlands 2. Tyreen. Tyreen doesn't work. I'm sorry. Here I am, not caring enough, but I'm trying to figure out Tyreen, I guess. Oh. You think this is a... anyways. I had to close a lot. I'm gonna have to edit that in post so people don't know what I'm reading. We now know for certain that, Tyreen is the mastermind of these attacks, and that her aim is to chip away at the very foundation of the Temple Knights, our honor. When I shared these revelations with my superiors, 'twas decided that none will speak publicly of the artifact and its powers. I think I have over 100 tabs. The passage of the Endbound seeks to overthrow the nations of the world. One obvious method is to achieve this goal would be stoke the flames of unrest among the common folk, thus sinking Ishgard into a mire of chaos and distrust. Again! Not unlike the blasphemies of the final days. I mean, during the Dragonsong War is just as bad too. So long as these failures are placed squarely on the shoulders of the Temple Knights, we can avoid fomenting more abiding mistrust in the nation's very core. For Ishgard's peace, I would gladly suffer any disgrace. The question remains as to whether we can apprehend Tyreen before she tears our reputation to tatters. While Master Awa slumbers, it falls to us to search for clues that might point towards her whereabouts. See, you're supposed to actually do this over a certain amount of time. It's between 93 to 100, but I'm already at level 100 because I figured I were going to just go through this completely. And that's what I've mostly been doing. Tyreen remains as elusive as ever. She is in league with the Ishgard's more unsavory elements. She could be hidden anywhere. We have only your cryptic statements to guide us. It seems that whatever her plan is, her actions thus far have been but a prelude to its climax. We can but hope that Awa awakens before she emerges again. Ishnai, there you are! Why are you here? Lorenz, I'm so glad I found you. I was starting to think I was in the wrong city, but Narwhal guided me true. You must be the maiden that Awa mentioned. You hail from the self-same village, yes? I mean, same village! I am Firmalbert, one of the Temple Knights. It's an honor to meet you. Ah! Awa wrote to you about you in his letters. I am Lorenz, and honor is all mine. Is Awa with you? I haven't received a letter from him in some time, so I came here to check on him myself. He's fine. He's asleep. He's fine. You insufferable fool! What have I always told you about rushing ahead without thinking? Now you have the gall to be sleeping when I arrive. You promised you'd write me. What am I supposed to do when the letters stop coming? Not like he can hear you. I was so worried. Can't hear you. At least I could take some small comfort that he appears otherwise unharmed. I take it you're the one to thank for that, Ishnai. No, I haven't been taking care of him while he's been asleep, okay? You told me you were the shut-eye. Yes, that's right. For 10 years I bore his fatigue, and as a result my body is more fragile than most. But since arriving in Tulial, my life has become normal. I've walked the city streets, eaten my fill of its food, and I felt my strength grow. I can even stay awake for a full day now. Well done! Do you know why Awa sleeps so soundly? The reports of other incidents indicate that those affected woke in a matter of moments. Yet Awa shows no sign of stirring. Well, I'm sorry, but I can't say for certain. But I do know the stories of those who came before me. More than one shut-eye has fallen into a sleep much like this. One so absolute they become deaf to the outside world. With no means to sustain their body, they would waste away if left alone. So our people found a mixture of herbs and other materials to help usher the shut-eye back into the waking world. Could it possibly be strong enough to bring someone back from this? We call it spring dew, and the secrets of making it are passed down through the generation. Each drop acts as a ray of sunshine in the darkness. Darkness asleep, a beacon for the dreamer to follow. I carry some ingredients on my person, but the others must be gathered fresh. It won't be an easy task, but I'm certain it will save Awa. Oh good! I have to pick it up! I don't know their Eorzean name, but one of the flowers blooms a striking yellow and grows only where the mountain peaks soar above the clouds. Good that we have floating islands. Being so close to the heavens, it drinks in sunlight, and its petals cleanse the body and promotes wakefulness. In the churning mists blooms a yellow flower called the dandelion. No other place in Eorzea can come closer to the sun, touching the sun. You know, there is dandelion tea. I have to drink it like once a month or so to help getting from kidney stones and stuff. Okay, I am not a doctor, therefore do not take any medical advice I give. There's your warning. We need the salve of a beast we call them warbles, and thicker it is the better. The pungent odor can wake the dead. I know them well. Warbles are not an uncommon sight in the Dravonian hinterlands. A mature species should possess saliva with the desired effect. The prospect of gathering it, however, is an inevitable task, and it's gonna be running to me. Once we have those two ingredients, mixing them, the rest should be a simple matter. Oh, I have to cure both of them! Ishnai? Oh, your confidence is reassuring. Since the marble saliva must be fresher of the two, I ask you climb the mountain climb into the heavens and pick dandelions for Awa. How big do you want the dandelions? And do I have to deal with the Moogles? Cause I can do the Moogle voice if you want, Kupo! Are you correct, Kupo? Are you okay with it, Kupo? You'll be hearing this voice a lot more, Kupo, when I start playing Final Fantasy IX. Because the Moogles are in Final Fantasy IX all over! So this is how Awa looks upon me for so long. The sight is unsettling, I admit. Please, Ishnai, come back soon. I want to hear his voice. The problem is, like I said, when doing Final Fantasy IX, is some of these hurt my voice that I can't do it all the time. And the streams will actually be shorter. If I have to play hide and seek with the goddamn Moogles, I'm murdering them. I'm hitting them over the head. Hard. Sundred Dandelion Shine, almost gold. Now for a much more gruesome task. Venture the Drone in Hinderlands and seek saliva from the big mouth of a fully grown Marlborough. I can't wait till Tuesday, cause then I can when the Mog Totems start, is I can run my favorite dungeon over and over and over again and not worry about, you know, not getting anybody. Like, waiting 30 minutes or so for it. Actually. I know what you're thinking, and I'm thinking it too. Why wait? Why wait? And the wait is 7 minutes. Ha! You know about Nier, right? And I'm running it as a healer, my white mage. Well, this is a collab. Well, the first of the collab raids with Nier. They actually... The story goes, they sat down with drinks with the people, the guy who created Nier, and said, hey, what do you think about having a crossover? We figured out the answer from there. Don't we? Pretty much. I mean, technically, isn't Nier a... Square Enix property, so they don't have to worry too much about it. I mean, there's some lawyering. You know, it took less time for Sora to get into Smash Bros. Than it did for the release of Final Fantasy. I'm not Final Fantasy. Kingdom Hearts 3. Just gonna throw that out there. Ready to start the mixing the ingredients at once. That is, of course, assuming you brought them with you. Yeah, yes. You know, I need to play a Kingdom Hearts game this year. I usually play one a year. Those are difficult to acquire at best of times, so I thank you for gathering them so quickly. I shall get started immediately. I have killed gods. Amorboro has nothing on that. We've done all we can. Now we wait for Awa to open his eyes. Did you have to stare so closely? You know, the camera had you looking far closer in him. Huh? Where am I? I hope you enjoy sleeping these days away, Awa. I'm glad you're finally awake. Lawrence, what are you doing here? I see. So, where did it hit? Tyrene wielded the cradle against me, and while I was tucked soundly asleep in bed, Lawrence came all this way. Curse my weakness. Just when we had her, just when I was needed the most, I failed. For 10 years, I have endured countless trials, and when the time came, I couldn't even swing my damn weapon. It's not your fault, Awa. If anyone's to blame for what's happened, it's me. No, I won't hear it. You may know that Tyrene won our trust by posing as a scholar traveling the width and breadth of Toriel. She expressed great interest in the cradle and our customs. And I was so excited to meet an outsider that I answered her every question. I told her that the Wide Eye keeps the cradle with them at all times, and then she hatched her plan. She took me hostage to draw out Awa. And while Lawrence was sleeping, Tyrene snuck into her chamber and held a blade to her throat. I had no choice but to give her what she wanted, the cradle of the sleepless. I put Lawrence's life before the future of our people. It was in that moment I became unfit to be their guardian. Lawrence was one of your people. It was your duty to protect her. Thank you, Ishnai. You know what just to say. Not in real life! That's the only way to see a future where none of my people come to harm, especially Lawrence. Even without the cradle, you're still our guardian. My guardian. We'll find a way through this together. Seeing you in such high spirits lifts my own. Oh, and before I forget, you trounced, Tyrene's thugs while I was dreaming in the snow, didn't you? I owe you a debt I won't soon forget. Connections to the server. The fuck? Are we about to... Is someone DDoSing? Try this again. Try this again! Skip! 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 Skip. Click. Move faster. Move faster! I know I can skip this cutscene, but I don't think I got it all the way through the cutscene, so I don't want to miss any other parts of the cutscene. Can you hear the clicking? Space. So mind you, cutscenes are far, even for the smaller things, are far more dynamic than all these cut shots. Jump cut shots. Okay, that was the end of it. I'm embarrassed to admit that was the first time I've ever created that mixture. I'm glad it worked as intended. Fine! You know, while I was sleeping, I dreamed. I saw Lorenz and I's children. Not particularly interesting happened. We just whiled the days away. Without a care in the world. I forgot what it was like to dream. It was pleasant. I can remember wanting to stay there, to never open my eyes again. But of course, the moment I gave form to that thought, I opened them, and Lorenz was there. Even if we get the cradle black, will things return to the way they were? Will you go back to spending your life in your life in dreams? I suppose so. It's my duty as the Shut-Eye, after all. It's your duty. It's your duty, too, that compelled you to come all this way here to Ishgard. You know, I don't understand is why don't they split the Shut-Eye duty? But no more. What are you saying? I tried so hard to convince myself that you were glad spending so much time asleep. But being on the other side made me realize I was lying to myself all along. I don't want to return to a life where you and I are bound together, but always so far apart. I want to go back to those happy days when we were by each other's sides. Please marry me! I guess what I'm saying is, if there's a different path for us, I want to find it. I want to walk it with you. Aren't they adorable? But not yet. We will first we reclaim the cradle. Then when we have, we'll take our first steps towards the new future, I promise. I must confess, I haven't felt the same since I woke up. I know I was in bed for a while, but instead of feeling refreshed, my body feels weaker somehow. Oh, shame! It's almost as if my very strength was sapped when the treasure was turned on me. I can't even grip my weapon properly. Perhaps the cradle has been sapping the aether of its targets all along. Does that mean the cradle has powers we don't know about? Probably. Not exactly. It may just mean the cradle works differently than we thought. Its wielder may not pass on their fatigue, but rather they absorb another's vigor. The end effect would be the same. The cradle's wielder can go on without sleep, and the victim loses strength to even open their eyes. You never took more than you needed, so my slumber was always light enough to awaken from. But if the treasure was used without restraint... If we have this realization, it won't be long before Tyrene does, too. It'll be late. Fuck. We gotta find her, hurry! That's probably the lines that they said. That resolute... Okay. Now onto my favorite raid. The reason why it's my favorite raid is I have Stockholm Syndrome from it. Because it's one I feel accomplished from, but the reason why I feel accomplished from it is, me repeatedly over and over and over trying to get a clothing from it. Not on this account, my other account. I have all the clothing I want from this, but I had, one I hung out with the other server and my ex on, and I couldn't bring myself. More or less, this is me saying I'm not going to let my ex and those memories or that server control me on what I enjoy, and I enjoy this game. So I created a new account. Let me put it this way. The first time I got kicked from the server was because I refused to uninstall this game so I could install Payday 2. There's a bit more to that, but that was the kind of beginning part. The server friends and stuff. Oh, there were other reasons. They said that my personality had changed, but I had started working full-time. And that was the first time I ever worked full-time rather than part-time. So I was under a lot of stress, and also it was the holiday season, and I was working at a call center, and, I was still required to spend time every day when I wasn't doing stuff in the server, so I was humaned out. Energy assault, get behind. So they said that I had a short temper and was being rude and all this other stuff. I had an attitude problem. Anyways, we dodged that. Tank doesn't know what they're doing. Quick res. Rapture. Benediction on the tank. So full health. I have fed the blood rose. I mean, the blood lily. Which you get from using Aphelios. whether it's the group Affilius or the single target Affilius. Okay, with systematic airstrike. Start over here. I usually put down an asylum. I'm just saying aloud what I do, because I've done this so much. Wait till there. I have an assize ready, and I pay attention to them to see if they aren't getting out of the way. No, they got through it pretty well. Medica to have a heal over time. Probably gonna put a regen on him. Energy bombardment. My favorite healing thing is Astrologen, which I might, after this, replay this and show you what Astrologen does different. I have cards. Oh, wrong button. And if you're wondering about the side strike center, Astrologen is actually my favorite healer. White Mage is my other one. I don't like any of the others because I hate the shielding mechanics. I want to fucking heal, I don't want to shield. Even though the way you do shielding is kind of like you see their health bar, is you treat the health bar with also yellow, but I just don't like to treat it like it. Moving. Swift Path Strays. Size. Fuck, wrong one. Somebody has fucking 3 stacks of invulnerability. Energy assault, get behind. Yeah, it kind of sucked when I was in that other server also, is I really learned how to enjoy Astrologen, and they wouldn't let me play as an Astrologen because it wasn't, especially back in Shadowbringers, which is where this raid is from, it wasn't comparable when you were doing high-end raids at the time. So I had to be stuck as a White Mage. But I still enjoy White Mage. It's just, you only have 2 attacks, and one of them is an AO attack over time, and the other one's Glare here. Well, with the Astrologen, I can have fun, and I have cards. I know where to use them. I know who to buff. I know how to, you know? Yeah, that server was... I guess it sounds like I have only bad things to say about that server. That server also got me into Monster Hunter, so, and to try games I normally wouldn't have. So I'll put him that way. Oh, I also have Holy, which is an all nearby enemy. And I should say that once I feed the blood lily enough, I do get that attack. But that's you use a lily. You see the thing right here on this corner where my mouse is, right here. So every one time you use an Affilius Rapture or this Affilius Solus, you feed the Blood Lily right there, the red one. And you can only use those Affilius while there's white lilies there. It's kind of like an ultimate attack. I just love this raid so much. It makes me feel accomplished when I'm able to do it correctly. And there's not a lot of things that actually make me feel as accomplished. I know that's saying a lot, but I mean, something small like this. I should probably eat food. If I can get through the entire raid without dying, that is my goal. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. And my accomplishment is I run through this raid without dying. As a healer. As a DPS, as a tank, this isn't a bad tank one, actually. I'm Alliance B, so that means the floor is different for each alliance. See, I'm Alliance B, it says in the corner right there. There's Alliance A, I think, is there. Yeah, where 2P is. And Alliance C is over there. That is a limit break. There's DPS limit breaks. And there's, tank limit breaks, which, puts an invulnerable shield for a while. It's required for one of the fights in Alexander. It's in the center. I need to get in the center. Okay, they're gonna get hit. Damage over time. So I have to pay attention to back here. Me over-explaining how to do this. Come over here. Is it the spin one or the drop one? It's the spin one. Okay. It's turning around that way, so we start here. Then we go up right here. And then we go back here. It also, can you hear the music in these raids are fucking awesome. I love it. Okay, alright. Hobbs is also hilarious because he says, new durability records logged, because it's the snarkiness of, you know, the robots. Okay, it's gonna drop. We need to get in the corner here. We need to see which way it decides to spin. So we don't get hit by the falling thing. Tank needs to take that, and I use a Divine Benediction to actually add a shield to it. I don't have to add that shield, but it helps. It's the only shield ability I have. Well, besides Asylum, but that's an all-group one. And it has such a long cooldown. Versus the Divine Benediction, which is just one person. Alright, now the floor is going to start doing its thing. Back to bringing something down. People aren't moving over. There is a God, 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 no, God, God. Okay, hit by that! Blood Lily time. I do have, get out of there, sir. Now move. I do have macros on Benediction and Solace, which means I mouse over them rather than have to specifically target them, which is nice. I do have that for some of the other... Actually, I think all the ones that I play mostly, I do have at least... Oh, I also have it for regen. This other healer's doing pretty good. But all the classes I use with any regularity that are support related. Tank and healer. I don't think I have any really for the DPS. Let me be distracted. Okay. Yep. All of those are healer ones. And tank. Unmend tank. Which is /AC cure mouse over. Which is autocast. I do have a automatic thank thing I do right here for the raid. Can you hear the music just fine? Just making sure. I haven't played Astrologian in a while, so I might mess up if I go play Astrologian, just warning ahead of time. Since I already have it 100, it's... Which one? It's Raven. Could be louder. Okay. I'll do that after this raid. I don't want to... So you can... We go back through and hear it. Ready for the twink boy and his, machine thing? But, the symbol right there, the other healer that I'm working with is a sage, which... It's the newest healer thing that came in the last expansion. And I hate... I mean, like I said, it's another shield one. Why did I hit that button? Wrong button. Scholar and Sage are the healer. I mean, the shield healer. Not that they're bad healers, I just hate playing as them. Team. Wrong direction, wrong direction. If you are a Nier fan, you will recognize this next boss. And you'll feel bad for killing him. So bad. Trails? Probably not saying that correctly. What is life? As dies. I feel bad for him in the game. I've never finished it, by the way. I realized I was having more of my memory problems of, I was playing another controller game at the same time and realized I couldn't remember the controllers between the buttons between the two different games. And of course, you do need to press buttons in Nier, so I had to choose one over the other. And I think I was playing either Rise or World with Haru. I'm quite sure when I was younger, before the brain injury, I would be able to, but I can't. I still have that problem. As you can tell, when I kept on hitting the wrong button in, between playing Rune Factory and the other game, where I kept teleporting, because that's the run button in a lot of things. The tank is ready to fucking tank that, apparently. There. Energy barrage. This is where I tank the main Ready? 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 I'll put on Benson and absolutely tank this. Doesn't hurt me at all. Of course, not everybody stood in the... Alright. B, the guy will appear right here. And if the tank doesn't get over here, I'm fucking tanking it. That's how this works. Okay. Tank managed to get over here. I have tanked these ads so many times because the tank didn't know which one to go to. And you have to keep them apart or it doesn't damage them as much. Like, because we have to get it done before the charge hits 100. Or I can't heal the amount of damage that's about to happen. This is 99999 amount of damage kind of thing. Alright, let's see where these end up. Just love this raid so much! Ah! Alright, it's up there, so we move back. Molly's over here trying to tank it again. Okay, you have to pay attention here, because sometimes he sets those down and then he proceeds to hit you, and you can't really dodge it. Also, if there's arrows following you around, that means it's gonna follow you, and I've had so many people bring it right through the fucking raid, it's not funny. You're doing it well. When he raises the hands up, you go right here. You go up the front, you don't stand on the side. He brings it close to him, get to one of the sides. Long ago, when this was, you know, at level raid, this would be the part where you let off your limit breaks and stuff. But now that this is like 2 expansions behind, you don't have to worry about it as much. Oh, I forgot to tell you what the healer, limit break, when you have it at 3, reses the entire party. So it's, a last-ditch effort if everybody's gone. The side is doing that side. Let's see how many people will fall off the front because they haven't added a wall there. There's one! It used to be there was, when you had to run to the back, there wasn't a wall there, but they added that recently. As in, 2 game expansions later, like in the last patch. But they still haven't added one to the front. There might be cutsceners, so I might have enough time to turn up the music. I have it at 69. Ha ha ha. Yep, we have some cutsceners. By the way, that's 9S. This is a raid that's nice and waits for cutsceners. I've had raids where they haven't. Which is really rude, actually. Where they wait for the people to finish watching the cutscene. Gonna do a ready check. I will say, one of the problems with having either both a scholar and, well, 2 scholars on a, or, 2 sages is they're on, I really hate it when that happens because you can't stack the shielding techniques of somebody else who has it that's the same type. And you also can't stack them. Well, some of them don't stack with Scholar and Sage's shield, so it's just it ends up just I hate playing as it when I have to think through. Okay, 4 hind camp. Whether this I know whether this will actually stack or not. I mean, or whatever the other healer is doing, I have to do the opposite of. And the problem is the roster, especially for low-level healers, is actually quite small for healing, which is understandable because, you know, you're teaching them how to heal properly. You know, don't overdo it. But for, like, the raids that for the level 50s, it's just becomes really hard. All right. You're doing center first. No, you're doing that side. Doing that side first. By the way, I've zoomed out as far as it zooms out. Okay, in this next part, when it drops 2 Goliath tanks, I have to pay attention to which side the healer's on because it's too far away for me to heal on both sides. Also, you have to pay attention to that. You have to do... There is a... There's a distance. Right there. Okay, they're playing middle just like me. Got it. Pay attention from this point on. He'll choose a side and then explode it. And the only way you survive is hiding behind the other Goliath and then running away before the other... I cannot pull them fast enough. There is a thing called rescue where I can yank somebody across. I tend not to do that as much. Because, sometimes it really confuses people. For obvious fucking reasons. Like, I only do it when it's really needed. Alright, I'm taking this one right here. Let's see if I have to tank it. Okay, Molly's got it. Cool. I have their last name hidden, so they don't... get doxxed. It's respect over the fact that I am doing this live. Because not everybody is streaming this, so I mean, it's unfair if you don't want to be a part of... That's also the reason why I'm not a part of any, it's called, I don't remember what it's called. Inner, outer... Ah. Oh, I totally walked into that. We didn't get it time before it did this round again. Sometimes you can DPS it long enough to be able to... quick enough so that we can be able to... I fucked up. I fucked up. I'm about to die. Damn it! Made it to the end. Go ahead and do the... Don't need anything. Almost made it! By the way, this is my white mage outfit. And this... my astrologian. It's also a 7-minute run. Cool! Well, why don't we go over, because I'm guessing this is the final one, that it'll be a quicker for me to go, and I said I was going to do the tribal quest. Hot in a frozen area, yes. Well, at least I'm back in the tropics. Kinda. Probably should pay attention to look at these real quick. Asuna. They changed the color of this when I got up to level, I mean, in the recent expansion pack, so I sometimes forget that that one's that. This one doesn't show up till 90. one of the nice things that they changed around, I mean, I kind of enjoyed it, is the astrologian used to have two different, I would say, you could switch between them, but there was a cooldown where you'd be, either the sun sect or the moon sect. And the moon sect did shields, not as well as all the others, but the nice thing about that was if you could do shields and then switch back over to the other one, you'd have the shields and then have the ability to heal well. Not as well as a white mage, but it was still nice to have during, like that last portion. Which I can still do here, but it lasts a shorter amount of time. And as a... Anyways. You spy a determined glint in Lip's eyes. Ishnai, good to see you again. Thanks to you, Toreal Travel Agency is almost ready for business. Though, truth be told, we've already taken our first booking, and so soon after we started promoting our service in... I know it's Tuliola, but I call it Tallulah. A momentous occasion indeed. Our first customer is a since it's a new continent, they have different names for like cat people, Elizin, and all the others, and I can't remember for the life of me what each one of those. Apparently he works for the Wing of Reflection in the capital. He's traveling by Alpaca and should arrive at any moment. I'd like to see you join me in a warm Kazumaku. Welcome. I've got a few loose ends to tie up here, but I'll join you by the entrance when I'm done. Actually, while we're raiding, do you want to see some of the other outfits I have? You know, fashionscape it. The magical range one, I like. This is my red mage. I like playing as a red mage. Summoner, I still haven't finished the summer quest lines just for level 60. If that says anything about how much I hate it. But the summoner is actually tied to scholar, so however much the scholar levels up, the summoner is, and that's the only reason why it's that level. Only reason. Did I accidentally grab that as... Yeah, I did. Let me cancel that quest. Because I won't get XP. Because I'm already level 100. And this is my Dragoon. Which is the, You know, let's go somewhere where there's light. Yo, I teleported all the way over there. Hi, Apocalypse! From here, and proceeded not to, and proceeded to come over here so I'd be in a light area. My physical DPS is a Dragoon that I've been leveling. I mean, it's now 100. Well, yeah. And my Dancer... I've already showed you my White Mage. You've seen the Dark Knight, obviously. From the stuff. This is the Scholar. As much as I don't use the Scholar, this fucking outfit is hot. It's like step on me teacher levels. This is my Sage, which also of course it's the healer I don't use either. Because, goddamn my steampunk fetish. This is my Bard. Because of course. Take me to school teach. I know, right? And some of these will share costumes because there's not enough costume things to go around for all the classes, which sucks. This is my monk. I punchy punch. This is my warrior, which I kick fucking ass with. You know. You have to have that raw kind of thing. I'm not high enough level. There's one that gives me a tail, and I will absolutely get there eventually. This is my black mage. Yes, there are fox ears. Some of them do have it. Black mage has gotten easier now that they've changed. It used to be you had to really pay attention to fire, astral fire, or umbra ice, because they timed down and it was annoying. Okay, my Machinist shares with my Reaper. And I still don't have a gun I like that goes with that. So, sorry about that. This is my Pally, which is going to share with my Gunblade. So, I'm sorry. If it looks like Squall, it is fucking Squall, but I have to share it with my Gunblade. Like I said, there is not enough... This is the Summoner, which I have shared with the Painter. Which, like I said, I do not fucking use. And I still need to finish the quest lines for it. This is my Ninja, which originally you start out as a rogue before you become a ninja. So that's kind of falling through the idea of that. Of course, like I said, this is my Gunbreaker. This is my Dancer. Yeah, I know, right? Too bad it won't let me color those. It'd be a different coloration for some of that stuff. This is my Samurai because I am a gentle woman. And I will slice you to pieces. Cut out my hair. I know, right? Like I said, the Reaper shares it with it, but I do have a weapon I like that goes with it. Like, this feels like a K-pop kind of look, I just realized. K-pop idol. Well, I mean, the top part is from the idol, the idol quest line, the, seasonal quest line. This is the Viper. I've been waiting to get the Viper up high enough to be able to wear that skirt. And the Pictomancer shares it. The key reason why this is the way it is because it's the Pictomancer and I was like an artist. And I had to share it with something. And since I hate the Summoner, it shares it with the Summoner, but I like this better. You know? I spoke a lot of words there. Let me show you the dress that, like, I got Stockholm Syndrome over trying to get for... that I don't have on any of my models right now. Yes, I have this as a joke. There are worse ones than this. Oh, this is for my crafters and my, miners and all this other stuff, gatherers. Joke, yes. You know, when I did the end of ARR content, I literally put on a bathing suit as a joke.
And during one of the various serious festivals, I went to it naked. In other words, I had on, you know, the just what would be the undergarments. Like it was an important ceremony that I was chosen to lead, and I was like, I'm wearing my undergarments and the mask I'm supposed to wear. I'm a good person. And then when I was being arrested for the gunpowder treason and plot, I literally was in a bathing suit. Aww. The difference between Asylum and Earthly Star is the Earthly Star you can set down and also causes damage to the monster, which kind of sucks that, like, the White Mage really only has a few attacks, comparatively speaking. Yeah, because you have 2 attacks! Oh, 2 DPS decided to run away. I have, like, Lord of Crowns and all this other stuff. And I also have a damage boost. Oh, I am also with another Astrologian. This is gonna go well. Just come down. Cool. No. So I'll have to balance the other Astrologian with what cards, because the cards don't stack. So you have to pay attention. But good thing I have some range, because the spear I used on range. Energy assault. I didn't realize the size did damage until after Shadowbringers. Oh yeah, you definitely use them for healing and Dear Lord. Fuck! Gonna get hit by that.
Forgetting how to do an astrologen. Part 1000. Sorry. Okay, just got it. Cool. Fuck, wrong button. Damn it! I miss Microcosm too. That doesn't come till 90 though. Me distracted? We're supposed to be doing the tank role quest. And we'll do the tribe one since we're over there. Yeah, laser focus. I mean, I love this raid so much! And I forgot to show you what Stockholm Syndrome I got out of it. Okay, we are C, which means we are the oil one, if I remember correctly. Yep, correct. Welcome, visitors! Victors, detected and welcome. Button.
titties and... Oh, say, yeah, have you had some to share? Okay, this is gonna be the fire one. Yep. Can't share with the class? Damn. How's your newest little one doing, by the way? Spin cycle. Okay, that's good. Set something down again. Now I gotta... Oh, say, gotta dodge the oil. I don't want Diddy oil all over me. Who knows what it's laced up with. But it didn't say it wasn't baby oil either. He had a couple, however many bottles. If some went missing. Actually, the amount that's there, it's probably his backup amount. Also, did you know that apparently baby oil is a very, very bad lubricant? Like, dangerous levels. Like, yeast infection levels. Like, literally, the news went to brothel in Las Vegas, and they said straight up they don't use baby oil for that reason. Among other things, it's also it's not a spermicide either. You know what I dislike about Astrologian though? We don't have the oh fuck run skim across the surface. Where I can use the I'm gonna float over here like a cute little butterfly with White Mage. Yeah, I doubt Diddy cared. Exactly. Yep. Astrologian's the only healer without a dash. Cry. I mean, yeah, look at my character's ass. I mean... By the way, the reason why the shirt is there, because I really like the pants, and there's no shirt that really doesn't cover up the pants that I'm not using in another outfit. Also, it has roses on it, which is extra awesome. Right through the group, right through the group. That's good. Especially it being the 4th of July, I'm surprised. It's also the holiday weekend, so... It's a Christmas Day miracle. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, we are C. We're coming over here.
Okay, they aren't separating it. I'm gonna have to overheal on this since they didn't separate them. Right through the group, right through the group, right through the group. Close. If you've noticed, some attacks, like that one where I go stand and tank, doesn't happen. So there is a randomness to it, too. I just realized there's 3 astrologians overall in this. It's nice. Lost one to the front again.
You know, say like I warned the raid. Actually, I said aloud in the raid that the front does not have railings. Hey Ming, how are you? OSHA violation, definitely. Eepy, have you slept? Have you been a good foxy girl? Ah, you're in school right now. Are you gonna be a good sleepy fox and sleep when you get home? Now you get to listen to this epic music. You know, one time I raided this, I mean, I know I said that I raided this a lot, but one time I raided enough to hear this in my dreams, so, hey, I was out of that. But it is epic music, so, I was not sad at all. I was out of that. Fuck. We both blew our load at the same time. I mean, our divination. No, not really. Actually. I just remember hearing it kind of like when you're not completely in a sleep.
Sync loads, I know, right? We are C, so we're over here. Outer, inner, inner. We might be able to get it before he undocks again. And trust me when I say that he can cock tease you by decoupling and still not, you know, coming back down. Okay. We did it! We did it! We did it! Yay! And no accommodations. Go figure. Alright, let me show you the... I need to be on my... Okay. Outfit I worked oh so hard to get last time. This. This was the outfit. Isn't it cute? The dress. This is the dress that made me absolutely end up Stockholm syndroming. Yeah, it is. And back when it used to be, like I said, when it was the, at level quest, a lot of people were going for it. So I had to run it many, many times, and many times I had to roll on it and lose.
pry. Alright, we were gonna do the... Since I'm over here. Let's do it as the Reaper. So I can gain... XP from it. But yeah, I'll be doing a lot of that raid once Mog Tomes, because that's one of the ways to earn Mog Tomes. Mounts Farms, true. Fine day to have a tour and people show up. Oh, right. That's the name for the cat people. Tia, I presume. Welcome. How was your journey? Well, I mean, one of the cat people. Welcome back, Lipu. Thanks to my fuzzy friend here, I had a delightful trip. Not that it's raining or anything. It speaks volumes that you've partnered with porters to ensure your customers are well cared for. Oh my god, is he a... Let me look at the shape of his eyes. Is he a moonkeeper or every other male, which I've only met one male that's not, and it's a moonkeeper? I mean, Sunseeker and Moonkeeper, two different clans. I like walking in the rain too. I just not sure if I like traveling in the rain. What a spectacular place this is. The journey alone has raised my expectations. Such breathtaking views. When I'm traveling to places I don't know, I've always to walk in the rain. I've always longed to explore Yogg-Totol, but I lack the courage to take the first few steps. So when I heard of your venture, Lulu, I couldn't believe my luck. Because the thing is, the nice thing about walking in the rain is knowing you're gonna go home afterwards. You know, kind of thing. I look forward to seeing you so you can, like, get off your wet clothes and stuff. And just, you know, snuggle down with, I don't know, warmer clothes. I look forward to seeing what you've got in store for me. You won't soon forget your time here. It's the toilet, because I don't like wet clothes on me as much. You know, after you're out of the rain, that kind of sticking sensation. That's the Total Travel Agency guarantee. Yeah, with a warmer body. True. Well, without further ado, let's get you registered. If you head to the reception, I'll be with you shortly. Because once you're back in an air-conditioned area with wearing those sticky clothes, it's just... Ah! I have a small favor to ask. Sia has requested a guided tour, and I hate for our very first guest, you know, in this rain, being attacked by something. Having you keep an eye on things would take the weight off my mind. May I impose on you to accompany Sia as guide as they explore the local area? By the way, Seekers of the Sun with the cats are harems. Like, the leader is a leader of a harem. Think about that. Anyways, excellent. Well, better go deal with the paperwork. I am Moonkeeper clan, which means first of all, it's matriarch, and more likely girls are born than boys of it. Better go and deal with the paperwork. Come find me when you're ready. And you can tell usually between whether it's a moon or a sun is by the shape of their eyes. Mine's are rounded eyes. See? And sun is more cat-like eyes. Like dilated pupils. I mean, not dilated, you know, vertical pupils.
Apparently, tours are specifically tailored to a customer's request. I'll be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Just to confirm, you booked the Hanu cultural experience, right? I mean, culture experience. That's right. If I could squeeze in a spot of fishing too, that'd be wonderful. I'm a keen angler in my spare time, you see. Absolutely. In that case, we can stop by Breath Between on our route. But first, I'll give you a thorough tour of our village. Now, customer safety is paramount in Tulio Travel Agency, which is why our special advisor, Ishnai, will be joining you. You were part of the Dawn Servant's entourage during the Rite of Succession, weren't you? Yes. Everyone at the Wing of Reflection knows your exploits well. How reassuring that you will be watching over us. I mean, sure. Likewise, it's heartening to have you with us. On that note, shall we make our way to Akhanu? Safe travels. I hope you have a wonderful time. And also, how you can tell with the naming conventions on which clan they're a part of, especially with females when you can't tell their eyes, is what letter and then an apostrophe is right next to it. Because that's what the Seekers of the Sun do. Because the letter is about their clan that they are from. And who was their father? Because the Una are the Nuna or whatever are the leaders. Interesting. So you can see, but also Y'shtola is my babe, my love, my sweetheart. During Rite of Succession, the Dawn Servant Wak Lamat helped us restore the lifting of the wings to its former glory. This is the float that was repaired for the festival. Maybe sometime I can go back through and do New Game Plus, which is basically going through and playing through again sometime so that you can get the gist of it. I was thinking of doing that eventually. So its former glory, this float was repaired for the festival. I mean, why not? Also, I get to have reactions to it with the better mic. Unlike before where I kept on having mic problems. I also, the tales, but to see the real thing is something else entirely. I'm starting to get a sense of how important reeds are to the Hanu, but not to mention how many different things you use for them. Cooking, construction. The list goes on fascinating. Nothing could make me happier than seeing other Torii take interest in our culture. That alone makes this job worthwhile. Actually, how about I distract myself maybe a little bit after I finish the... Because I am not very good at, you know, keeping same subject. Is doing a little bit of... I won't do New Game Plus. What I'll do is, because that involves some running around, is you can rewatch cutscenes or important bits at the end. Now that you're visiting Hanu, let's head to the Breath Between and see if those fishes are biting today. Oh, and in case you're wondering, we even use reeds as bait. He's gonna get attacked. He's gonna get attacked. To seize tours progressing smoothly, the pair have set off for a spot of fishing and the Breath Between. You need to keep an eye on them and ensure neither will come to harm. No promises. Also, you get to see Y'shtola. And Thancred. And Orianche. And other ones that I absolutely totally don't simp for in my harem. Though, mind you, I'm going to warn you ahead of time. the voice actors change between ARR content, which is A Realm Reborn, and all the further expansion packs. Because they moved over to Great Britain for it. It doesn't get much better than this, you know, fishing in the rain. I'm glad to see you're enjoying yourself in the fucking rain. It isn't every day you get to cast your line in such beautiful surroundings. I can't really see the surroundings with the rain. I'll be coming back with my own gear, that's for sure. We Hanu love to feel the the wind in our feathers as we fish, and the rain, apparently. It is as though we are cradled by divine protection from head to talon. Say, I don't suppose you know any fishing spots off the beaten trail. There are a fair few anglers here besides us, and I haven't had a single bite yet. Perhaps Cave will fit the bill. It's a modest walk away, but the fish are plentiful, and one may cast their line in peace and quiet. And it will be out of the rain, maybe. Sounds perfect. If it's not too much trouble, I'd love to make the trip. My concerns is the fiends. Well, good that I am here! But I ought to do all I can to accommodate to Sia's wishes. Of course, let's make our way there. Onward to Cave Kikidola. Kiki's delivery service. Danger is afoot. To the Bat Cave! I'm not cute. I just make references. So, after I do the tank quest, I'll need to probably take a break to rest, get some water for my voice. It's down there. I'm lost. More water. Surrounding flowing water echoes throughout the cavern as you scan your surroundings and listen intently for signs of trouble. Fortunately, no beasts revealed themselves to you. No! Take all the time you need. I'm quite happy standing here enjoying the scenery. I don't really have to worry about ruining my voice because it's a Sunday, so I have a break day between. Ah, a remarkable spot indeed. Makes all those hours chained to my writing desk worthwhile. Can we stay here a little longer? Sound of flowing water echoes through the cavern as you scan the surrounding and listen for signs of trouble. Fortunately, no beasts reveal themselves to you. Too bad on this last one, there'll probably be some. In the darkness, something hungers. All present straw near with murderous designs. I mean, if it's just here for eating, I really don't think it's monstrous. It's literally just doing what it needs to. I don't remember how to play the Reaper. Oh no! Oh, this is more slicey-dicey. And Boko is here to help me. There we go. Oh, one more? Oh. Oh, hi. Did I kill your children? I would say I'm sorry, but I'm really not, actually. I am shadows. I am darkness. I am enshrouded with darkness. Look at my glowing eyes. I'm gonna kill you all. Also, I have breasts.
Okay, sorry. The breath showing. Kind of, sort of. It cuts down my chest area. Ah. I am the knight. What an excellent catch. Thanks for bringing me here. Oh no, the pleasure is all mine. If it pleases you, can have the cook serve you your fish at the next meal, and leftovers may be dried and prepared as a treat for the journey home. My, that sounds absolutely lovely. With that, let us return to Doc Poga. Thank you again for standing watch on our tour. Good thing you weren't eaten. I am the knight. I am the edgelord from the teenage years. Leave me alone, Mom. I need to go to the dark cave. I mean, my room. That was marvelous fun. I have high hopes for the Enterprise, although... Phew, thanks to you, I made it through my first tour without incident. Ah, welcome back to see ya and Iliha. Glimmer brew. Listen to dark, edgy music. Yeah, dark music that speaks to my soul. What a wonderful experience. Not only did I learn about the area and its people, but the tour was tailored to my every whim. This will be the talk of Tallulah. That said, I couldn't help but notice one glaring flaw. You're aware of what I speak, aren't you, Ishnai? Did something happen during the tour? I may have had to dispatch a few ravenous fiends. You did indeed, yes. Albeit so swiftly, I never felt as though I was in danger. You dealt with those fiends by yourself? Are you alright? I've killed fucking gods! There are a few who could have handled the creatures so effortlessly, and that's where the problem lies. One day you'll take your leave of the Trail Agency, and they'll be hard-pressed to find someone of comparable skill. How then is the agency to ensure the safety of future guests, I wonder? I see what you're saying. Having Ishnai here with us is truly a blessing, but not a blessing we can rely on forever. No, but it feels like that's what I have to be relied on forever with this goddamn world. Yep, he is Seeker of the Sun. Exactly. Customer safety should be the core pillar of your business. You'll need a stronger measures in place to account for any dangers that may arrive. I should mention that the Wings of Reflection considers tourism to be a vital part of our nation's future. All the more as we forge ties with foreign powers and promote the exchange of cultures moving forward. Complications notwithstanding, I'm glad I could personally experience the joys of sightseeing. Please don't hesitate to consult us so we may iron out any other details and nurture this industry together in the months and years to come. We should be glad to do so. You know, good that you're back here and the rain has stopped, so you missed all the good things. And I say that devising a security plan that doesn't require a resident adventurer will be top priority. I feel ashamed. It never crossed my mind that entrusting our safety to Ishnai alone might be a problem. I'd like to do my part to protect our guests during their stay. I think I speak for all my fellow guides when I say that. Perhaps our special advisor would be willing to train us? You wouldn't fucking survive. A wonderful idea. Your skill with wind magics is a boon for sure, but your local knowledge and experience dealing with the region's fiends may make you all the more qualified for this duty. Still, to be safe, I propose we assign 2 guides per tour group. That way we can alleviate the burden and better guarantee us group safety. Though we'll need proper facilities, a place to train and space to house supporting staff. It could amount to quite the expenditure. My inner abacus is clacking away. It's telling me that this prime investment opportunity made possible because we identified the problem early. Of course, we're still counting on your help, Ishnai. Of course you are. There's plenty to be done besides guided training and warding off fiends. We may have welcomed our first customer, but the real test is yet to come. Of course it is. By the way, the tribe quests are an excellent way to level up things. That's the reason why I'm working on them. Well, society quests. Because of the experience they give. So I use them for some classes I don't always mess with. Or want to mess with at all. Like maybe some healing classes. You know, White Mage used to be Conjurer, because you do a level up kind of quest thing. And we do use Wind in Conjurer. New training training facility is established at the Tutorial Travel Agency's base of operation, where candidates may look to your example as they hone their skills. They'll never make it this far. A new policy of assigning 2 guides to each group will ensure none come to harm in your absence. Considering, Livu and your associates. By the way, with that race right there, if it's LU at the end, it's a female. If it's LI at the end, it's a male. That's how their naming works. Associates. And ensure visitors leave refreshed, invigorated, and ready to spread the word about on new tourism. Enterprise! I don't know why I'm trusted. Trusted. New society quests are now available from you. Furthermore, you already is that's general knowledge. Alright. Let's stop being distracted. Hardy har har. And finish. The tank quests, and then we'll go on to ruining my voice by reading aloud. Some of it's voiced, not all of it. Just saying. And if you have any questions while we're doing this, I can answer. A lot of them. Not all of them, a lot of them. Awakened, not stirred. Ha! You're looking strong, Ishnai. Well, I'm not my old self yet. I'm feeling better by the day. If there's still there's much work to be done. I mean, stupid ones are still questions. If you're wondering about boob size or all the other stuff, I can't answer that, though. Not because I don't want to, but because I don't know. I need even better, to be even better than I was before we had any hope of catching, Tyrene? I wonder what she's plotting with the rest of her cohorts. We know they aim to topple nations around the world, but this is an odd way to go about it, don't you think? Why haven't her misdeeds in Ishgard extended any further than the Temple Knights? Because she has a grudge! The grudge is there! We've pondered the same question. Our best guess that it was as a former Temple Knight herself. She chose them because she knows how to exploit their weakness. Or a grudge! She's using our knowledge as a weapon, and we need to equip ourselves likewise. If we can learn more about her, we might be able to anticipate her next move. Good plan, but I admit, I have no idea where to start. Should we ask Albert? I have already had. He said while he never knew her personally, the knights in our old squadron might be able to shed light on her past. Some of them are even now patrol the city. Albert was great help in telling me where they might be. You've been busy, Lorenz. Well, I can't remember the last time I was awake this long. I didn't want to sit around until I got tired again. And we're all the better for it. Since you gathered the information, it's only fitting that I should do the legwork. Just tell me where these knights are and I'll speak with them, and I will have to do it too. Gladly, but Ishgard is still— See? And familiar city for us both, right? Although Albert told me where to go, the names of the places mean nothing to me. Luckily, we have Ishnai to guide you. You'll go with Awa, won't you? Knew we could count on you. Alright, take note of these locations. Also, ARR content may be a bit... They've actually slimmed it down to what it... not what it used to be. But... A Realm Reborn took a while to be able to get off the ground with updates and stuff. Because they were basically remaking 2 years later after the original Final Fantasy XIV closed down because of... And so there was big pauses between patches. It's only like... more in the, I guess, later half of the... that they've managed... I guess... after, my mind's dying. Heaven's Ward was when they managed to actually get a good schedule going when it's updates and stuff. They finally went back and slimmed everything down. But before there was like a lot of shit you had to do repeatedly. Like kill certain primals and all this other stuff. Repeatedly. For the quest line, but not as bad now. How many Temple Knights are there? Not even Firmabel knows all of them. I can barely imagine. Firmabel! I give up. Being forced to work with somebody like Tyreen is a fate that I would envy. I'm curious to hear what these knights have to say about her. Hopefully they provide insight and help us guide us forward. Time is the essence. Ishnai, let's get going. Company you. I know how this works. Oh, no, I'm gonna get it after I finish this part. I mean, the, tank quest. I have enough to survive. Besides, it makes it a good stopping off point when I go back through and edit the video to do the be right back then. Now, this is a rare privilege. What business could the savior of Ishgard have with a humble knight? You want to know about Tyreen? Well, many Temple Knights have come from common stock, but she was different. Despite what she became, Tyreen was born of noble blood. Even so, she often made mock of Ishgard's customs and the responsibilities that bound the conduct of noble families. Doubtless she yearned for the freedom all her life, or her idea of it anyway. Although her deeds caused her to be expelled from the Temple Knights and summarily stripped of her title, she may have actually desired that outcome. If she hated it so much, all she had to do was leave. I heard she did leave. For a time, at least. Now she's in league with a group that aims to plunge the world into chaos. If a selfish heart like Tyreen was sought out to aid this plot, I shudder to imagine how wicked their leader must be. Sure. Very wicked. Wiki. Keen-eyed Temple Knight. Do you require aid? I must keep watch, so forgive me if I don't engage in idle chit-chat. Tyreen? Viva va l'evolution! For her, I can spare a moment. I don't suppose you know why she was expelled from the Temple Knights, do you? Most few were her equal in swordplay, and fewer still handled their mounts with such grace. Kinky! She often spent her nights carousing the gamble halls. It was just after such a night she fell asleep while on duty. Some may call it a cruel twist of fate, but the dragons attacked her charges as she slept, and they were left defenseless. In her negligence, she was deemed to have aided our ancestral foe, and thus was stripped of her knighthood and noble title both. Because for a long time, there's like a 1,000-year war against dragons. Of course, we stopped it because we are epic like that. Knight's falling asleep on duty, a story that's become all too familiar. Given what happened, I have no doubt she came to fear sleep. Yet now she has conquered that weakness, and she wields it as a weapon against us. She may even believe herself to be beyond the reach of mortal danger, yet she's only deluding herself, and in time she'll be made to answer for her deeds. These, talking points are where I can stop and talk to him and he has comments, the guy that's following us around. Discuss the statue of... I've heard the people of Ishgard revere a warrior god alone, but here's a statue of a flesh and blood knight. I've never seen such a thing, and it's glowing creepily. My people would make no figures or depictions of our departed. Fearing such objects would keep them from finding their way to the next world. The only idol we keep is the cradle of sleeplessness. Thanks to its blessing, a wide-eyed has always watched over us. So our reverence was devoted solely to the narwhal. It's enough that guides our people safely to the next sunrise. All is quiet, even so I must remain vigilant. All is quiet on the western front. Tyreen, a name spoken of in hush whispers now, but many have forgotten her strategic genius. She had a singular talent for achieving victory in battle by whatever means necessary. Genius? Maybe we're too dense to see how her actions would cause Ishgard to collapse. Given that her group seems relatively few in number, an assault on Ishgard is unlikely. Rather, I think her aim is to chip away at the people's trust in Ishgard's foundation, and by the absence of a few vital bricks, bring the whole nation tumbling down. The thought gives me worry. Even now, representatives from Ishgard are preparing to visit Okzuno in the Sea of Clouds. If anything were to go wrong, it would be a grievous blow to Ishgard's reputation. As we saw in Falcon's Nest, certain elements that oppose our nations see friendly gestures as a chance to spark conflict. Given recent developments, Sir has been debating whether a visit is a wise choice. Proper noun. I mean, it technically is, since it is a creature in this. But we have a general understanding of what drives our adversary. Stories that paint a picture of a rotten, conniving soul. Must have been hard on the Lord Commander. I know, right? Why don't I go talk to him? Listen to his silver tongue. We know enough to guess her next move. You're right. Whatever her ultimate goal may be, it's clear she has almost blinding focus on shaming the Temple Knights. And thus, what did he call it? A delegation may prove an irresistible opportunity. Is my love going to be in there? I mean, part of my harem going to be in there? Yes. The answer is yes on what that tongue do. Finally, we have a knowledge to use against our enemy. If we all work together, we might be able to trap her. We haven't much time. Let's return to the congregation and tell this what we know. Do you have anything new to say? We should speak with Sir Lenny. Very well, please enter. I never needed your permission. Ever. You are ever welcome in the congregation, Ishnai. I'm well apprised of Tyreen's wicked deeds, and your efforts to flush her out have been much appreciated. This must be Master Awa, who crossed the ocean from Toriel. I hope you have recovered from your ordeal. I'm better than ever. Apologies for taking up one of your beds for so long. Please, no apologies are necessary. On the contrary, the Temple Knights have yet owed you a debt for all you've done. Which brings us to the purpose of this visit. You had something to discuss with me? I see you and I have the same doubts. The delegation to Oxino will be obvious target for Tyrene. I was but recently debating the wisdom of moving forward with our plans. As you know, all of Ishgard falls under the protection of the Temple Knights. As such, 'tis only met that we maintain and strengthen friendly relationship with our neighbors. The delegation in question is tasked with deepening mutual understanding of each of our unique cultures. Son Vanu, chief of Zanu, was most eager to host. Yet so long as the specter of Tyrene hangs over our order, I fear visits abroad are unwise. Should any of the Vanu come to harm, our relations could be damaged irreparably. Okay, the Vanu are a distant relation to the Hanu. Obvious, I know, right? But we saw the Vanu before we met the Hanu, so... As we have no way of knowing if Tyrene has caught wind of our plans, I am in the mind to postpone the delegation may be the most prudent course of action for the safety of all. This could also be the perfect chance to draw her out. That's right, Ishnai and I won't let anyone come to harm. You mean Ishnai will not let anyone come to harm. As long as you warn the Vanu in advance, they shouldn't hold actions of a rogue against you. If they truly are your allies, they'll see the wisdom in your judgment. At least in the delegation as planned. It'll be our best chance to capture Tyrene. Yes, your words have merit. Thank you for the sage counsel. You are right. The Zendu will not stand idly by while we suffer at Tyrene's hand. Yeah, because they're kind of a warrior thing. More based after, like, the native people of New Zealand, that kind of dance, or at least Polynesian. In fact, the fellowship between our two peoples was forged when a god assailed their home and was brought low by the great hero Ishnai. Like I said, I've murdered a few gods. As in, yeah, the Maori, yep. I'll say, I've murdered a few gods. A lot of gods. There's a whole pile of fucking gods. My character's not moving. So, here we go. Then you'll proceed? You'll see if we get over there and they're doing the dance. Because it reminds me of the war dance that they do. And not just the war dance, but like the celebratory kind of dance. Indeed, the time has come for we knights to reclaim our honor. It's not really war dance, I mean, to celebrate or honor a king or something. Or, not king, chief or whatever. Claim our honor and go on the counteroffensive. I shall bring the suggestion of a joint operation against Tyrene to the Lord Commander as soon as possible. Thank you. Together we'll put a stop to her scheme. Well, technically the Lord Commander right now is Lucia. Since... Or is Aramek still the leader of that, even though he's Speaker of the House? Anyways, I must discuss matters with the others involving the plan before I present to the Lord Commander. Although time is of the essence, I ask you wait a while till our course is set. I shall summon all involved planning the delegation to the Congress at once. Pray wait while we discuss matters and reach a final decision. Awa told me you learned of Tyrene. To be honest, I do empathize with her desire to be free from the bonds of sleep. But that's where my sympathy ends. It's actually, it's exactly because we must sleep that every waking moment is precious. A life awake is meaningless if we can't spend it with those we care about. I realize now that I agreed to defend a people I know next to nothing about. Tell me if these Zindu will be soon visiting. They're like the Hanu Hanu, with even more of a pinch for metaphor. Really? Two groups of such people so far away? The world is really full of surprises. I mean, we have cat boys, and cat girls, and all but type of people over in Toriel that we have over here too. Even a single city is enough for a lifetime. Every day I hear something that gives me food for thought. Like the story of the Dragon Song War, for instance. Generations of animosity between dragon and man somehow ended in a rekindled fellowship. I imagined a whole world like that. A world where there'd be no need for protectors. Damn, you're dreaming, sweetie. The wide eye watches not only the monsters in the wilderness, but our neighbors as well. We barely even considered sending delegations outside our village gates. And this cold snap only made things worse. With everyone struggling to survive, our every thought goes towards defending our scarce resources. But if we only looked outwards with wariness, there's no hope for a future to change, no hope to build trust. There is a way to bridge the distance between us and greet tomorrow hand in hand. Yeah, but that may be just a silly dream. It is. I mean, of course not, sweetie. I have to be, positive. Maybe. Either way, it's a beautiful thought. I have to be heroic here. I have to be Paragon. I'm glad you think so. I'll hold that future in mind as I get back to training. As for you, Ishnai, get some rest. If you fall asleep when I need you most, I'll wake you up with a knock to the head, and you will die for it! Wawa is actually finally acting like his old self again. Now I'm sure we're ready for whatever lies ahead. Yep, this is level 100. Set a trap. Sir Handel hasn't sent word. I guess the others might not be so enthusiastic about our plan. To them, the cradle of the sleepless is naturally something to be feared, no matter how much faith they have in your strength. You'd be at Tyrene's mercy if she put you to sleep. Hello? I'm here! I'm here! Honestly, I don't blame them. Not even I imagined our treasure could be used for such evil. In Tyrene's hand, it's no more than an indiscriminate weapon. That means when we get it back, we can turn it into something else. If something no one's ever thought before, we can find a way to use it without forcing someone to spend their life in slumber. Of course I agree with you, Awa, but we have more pressing matters. Namely, a rogue knight to capture and a treasure to recover. Right, sorry I got ahead of myself. Ahead? Ha ha ha! You just want a banger. Apologies for keeping you waiting so long. The Temple Knights have finally reached a decision concerning the delegation to the Sea of Clouds. And what have you decided? I'm pleased to say that the Zindu have agreed to join forces with us. Together we shall drive back, Tyrone. I mean, no, that's not so bad. Just admit it rather than beating around the bush. Unless you want to go through the bush. Which, Together we shall drive back Tyrene should she attack. If her shadow darkens even an ilm of their homeland, our peaceful delegation shall turn into a fighting force at the moment's notice. We shall restore the Temple Knight's reputation and recover your artifact in one fell swoop. Thank you. We promise to do our part if Tyrene shows herself. She won't get away this time. By the way, Apocalypse, the reason why I'm calling her Tyrene is I'm naming her after one of the twins. Originally, it was the girl from Borderlands 3. That was annoying, but then I thought about it and the twins were more annoying, so it's Tyrene. We have but to hammer out the finer details. Once we've already ready to depart, a fierce group of knights shall leave by airship. I would ask you both to make your way to Okazuno as quick as possible, that you may help plan our strategy. Coming to, I can heal your wounds, and if it comes to it, my staff can bruise as well as the club. But what about his staff? Or are you gonna pet his sword? I'm glad to have you with us. I'm done taking on the world alone. I need you, Lawrence. And Ishnai too. Yeah, Don't include me in your threesome, please. We're stronger together than we could ever be apart. The cradle never would have been stolen if I'd realized that from the beginning. I want you by my side to ensure I don't forget it. Well then, we better be off. I'm keen to meet this Chief Sanu Vanu. And then they fucked. Not including me. Not including me in that! I don't ship myself with them. Not happening. Yes, I am quite sure about that. We're floating on a floating island. What other fantastic locales have been found in Eorzea? I have my harem and they're not a part of it. Their graceful dancing belt lies their bulk. Can they fly too? No. See their dance. Of course they don't make the tongue out scary faces. I mean, it bothers me. And I think that's the whole point. Kinda. Am I going the right way? Yes. Honored Netherling, your return to Okzanu is a welcome as the arrival of spring. Zanu knows why you come. Wicked hearts seek to bring chaos to our home. And soon the Zanu shall rise to its defense if needed. As the sun rays chase away the shadows of night, the sun drop dance shall keep the tendrils asleep at bay. Chief Sanu Vanu, it's an honor to meet you. I am Awa. And if this sun drop dance is invigorating as you say, I'd love to see it for myself. The Zanu shall dance before Ishgard's warriors upon their arrival. Brave Awa is welcome to join the proceedings. That was your original intent, right? I see. If we are to draw Tyrene out, it makes sense to pretend like nothing's amiss. Zandu warriors unify their strength through the sun drop dance, and the sight is fearsome that many choose to flee rather than fight. Netherling warriors may learn much from such an approach. Breaking the enemy's spirit avoids needless bloodshed. Yet all dancers must hone their skills before wild animals first, and that sun drop dance does not fail them at the most crucial moment. It is for our reasons our dancers await at the outskirts of Okzanu for the Netherlings' arrival. When the performance begins, it shall draw the attention of all like a rolling cloud over the horizon. Watch carefully for anyone who would take advantage of that moment. After the dance is finished, Netherlings will present Zanu with... Chief Zanu! Netherling ship appears in the sky like sudden sun shower hurtling towards the earth. Swiftly descends, crashing down near Zanu dancers. Ships marking our Ishgardian. Zandu are unhurt, but the wounded Netherlings pour from the vessels. The Temple Knights wouldn't harm the Zandu intentionally. Agreed. It has a scent of the enemy. Just as Sanu has no reason to doubt the sun shall rise on the morrow, he has no reason to mistrust the Temple Knights. She sauced it right through us, and now we're on the back foot. Great winds can alter even a raging river's course. What matters is to stand strong and move forward. Now, we must offer aid to the Netherlings who come as guests. Right, let's go. Like I said, metaphors aplenty! We are fortunate to have Tyrene choose the outskirts of the settlement to enact her horrible plan. Imagine if the ship crashed over Okzanu, or even Ishgard. Okay, when a character has this around them, we're about to go in an instance. If this is the work of the Cradle, Tyrene can't be far. We must tend to the wounded, and I won't let her escape again. This ends one way today, one way or another. One way or another! I'm not gonna get you one way or another. There you are, Tyrene. You came all this way just to greet me. Oh, I am honored. My only hope, my gift is satisfactory. 'Tis a shame you'll not be seeing Ishgard crumble. Alas, I can scarcely suffer rats to scurry about my feet, threatening to gnaw away at my carefully laid plans of mice and men. Who off go astray. At least you bear witness to the dying breaths of the Temple Knight's flagging honor. We will sooner see the wrecked airship soar again than their reputation return to its former glory. Yet even I did not foresee that the Zanu would be in the ship's path. The Fury favors me. I killed the Fury. And for who now would trust a nation so carelessly as to put their neighbors at risk? Everyone knows you're behind this. People won't turn on each other so easily. Oh, I didn't see you there. The Shut-Eye, wide awake. Doubly honored am I that you came all this way just to meet your end. Enough. We're taking the cradle back and we won't let your evil continue any longer. Or maybe. Such bold words. If I recall correctly, your people reaped great benefits from this artifact's power. All at the cost of someone's waking life. Your life. Pray do not misunderstand me. It was not meant to be a denouncement of your people. On the contrary, they have my utmost respect. We are bound by our very nature, no matter how mighty we become. We are slaves to the whims of sleep. I'm not allowed to sleep as a character. Most times. Yet this artifact can sunder those shackles and grant true freedom. It makes its wielder stronger, and their enemies weaker. A perfect weapon, if you ask me. I can't say whether using the cradle is right or wrong. I know that a life lived at the cost of another is no life at all. So what do you do about the meat? Like, you kill animals so that you can eat. I mean, live. That's the cost of another life. Also, eating vegetables is the cost of another life. You're right about one thing. We are bound by our nature, but that doesn't shackle us. It brings us together. Whether I'm asleep or awake, as long as Lorenz is by my side, that's the life I want. Now kiss already! Show her no quarter, I'll be your shield. Too bad I don't have an axe. I'm not a warrior. I'll say, you have my axe! Exalted the Cradle's power in the Dimple Knights. This is our chance. No plan is without its wrinkles, I suppose. Fortunately, I prepare for all contingencies. Except the fact that you have Warrior of Light with you. You done fucked up when you got me involved. The unchivalrous. Ha! You had an opportunity to live a quiet life, but I will not give it again. This time I shall send you into slumber for which you will never awake. Please, please do.
Give that critical Earl. Take it back. Let me. Oh, bluster. Let me! I don't have take stance on. There we go. By the way, if I fail at this, I can do it on easy mode because I can. I'm just here for story. I don't think much. Next! Next, bitch! Next! Fuck, wrong button. I forget with this one I don't have the, I usually have the ranged attack on 4, but on this one I have it on 4 control. Swell of Aether. Hey, bitch. Come over here. Hey, bitch! Stop using your, minions. Why am I cursed with incompetence? Very well, dance with me, Wide-Eye. He's not dancing with you. I'm dancing with you. Get that correct. Pay attention to your real target here. Serious music, serious. You're about to do something stupid, aren't you? The artifact swells with power. It begs to be released. Now shut your eyes for the final time. Take the last glimpse of the waking world. Oh, don't worry. It will backfire on you, and it'll be fucking entertaining.
I love it that I am the tank, yet I'm keeping safety behind the fucking non-tank. This piece of wood is for protection, such a cloying sentiment. Oh, it's an arrow. I thought he was hitting it with a... the sleepy thing, so I was letting him get hit again. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! I owe you all my life. Thank you. Really. We know. Duno, go help allies. May Zephyr winds guide you to victory. No, sleep isn't inevitable. How are they doing this? Because bitchin'... Bitchin', I am the main protagonist. And they are currently being protected by main protagonist power. You know, being my, companions. To that one. Now that we're getting serious time right now, since I'm obviously paying attention to this fight so much because she's worth it. If we're going back through the thing in the journal thing, which class do you want me to do it as? Because it doesn't matter if I'm of level or not. Ugh, you stubborn! You may have won today, but this is not over. Hello? Yes, it is. I mean, I am tank. Flomp. Damned fool. Now! No! 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 Grab it! Don't look at it! Say goodnight, Tyreen. Marks that all... Damn, he tried to kill her. Watch... Why don't watch us eternal, and the eternal sleep it bestows. With or without the hat? Finally stopped her. Yes, but we have someone else to worry about. Look, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Ishnai, wake up! Are you alright? Do I fucking look it? Only she would smile at a time like this. Do you know me that well enough for that? I have chickens dancing around me. As much as I hate chickens. I love eating chickens because they are my arch enemy. She's awake! No. Maybe. I don't know. It's good to see you awake. Don't worry, you weren't asleep for long, and judging by your fierce expression, the cradle didn't sap you of any of your trademark vigor. Thanks. The otherlings look hale as a warrior in their prime. Good. Our wicked foe fled from Sundrop Dance like twilight before dawn. Your work is done, Ishnai. You did a commendable job as our shield, and now you can lay down your burdens. It was thanks to your bravery I was able to deal the final blow to Tyreen. We didn't see the body, so we don't know if she's fucking dead or not. With the cradle back in our possession, I think we can consider this expedition across the sea a success. The Zendu helped us gather the wounded and see them safely off to Ishgard. We couldn't have done it without you. The other things protected allies as fiercely as a Gaelic cat protecting kittens. Gaelic cat, excuse me. Gaelic cat protecting kittens. Zendu are moved by your plight. I might. You're equally as impressive. I should learn the sun dance myself, though I wouldn't strike a figure half as fierce as yours. Zundu seemed to have everything well in hand, and Ada is likely eager to see us. We should return to Ishgard as soon as we can. By the way, if you notice, my pet is a fox kit. That took a while to get, by the way. Yeah, cute. So cute. He's so cute. My baby. Yes, a bad. I'm right this way. Ah, the heroes of the day have returned. Thanks to your valor, the threat of Tyreen has posed no more. What's more, not a single life was lost. Except for her. Well, life that mattered. On behalf of the Temple Knights, allow me to express my utmost gratitude to you all. We still haven't found the body, though. You don't owe me any thanks. After all, it was my fault the cradle was stolen in the first place, and ultimately my fault that your delegation to Okzunu turned into melee. It may be true that our visit to the Sea Clouds was far from peaceful, but the bond between Zendu and the Temple Knights have only deepened through overcoming mutual adversity. Lessons often take indescribable forms. And while we know not whether Tyrene yet lives, we do know that she can no longer reach the source of her ill-gotten power, so we have little more to fear from her. With the crisis behind us, the common folk no longer have aught to fear. We will make known the story of Tyrene's schemes and the hero who worked to foil them. And in time, I hope trust in our order will be restored. The Temple Knights shall continue to build relations with our neighbors for the years to come. Relations which shall form the foundation of Ishgard's future. We'd be honored if we could count you among our allies in this endeavor. Anything you need, simply call upon us. We'll be there, no questions asked. If you can reach them, you know, with the letters. And with that, it's time we return home. It's been an honor. We'll be passing through Tallulah on our way back, Ishnai. If you have business in those parts, we would love to speak to you at the before setting off. See you soon, hopefully. Yes, cat. Yes, cat. For 10 years, he alone defended his people without rest or sleep. I understand the importance of tradition, but Master Awa seems to be more suited for walking a path of his own making. He needs but know his own heart. I believe these recent events have given him such knowledge. He's bound for greatness regardless of how he chooses to live. Hi, cat. Are you rubbing against the mic? Yes, you're rubbing against the mic. Are you trying to destroy the mic at this rate? Yes, you are. Alright, cat, up to... I'm glad you made it back to Todoyo. Ishnai, I've been in Ishgard for so long, I almost forgot what it was like to sweat. But I remember now, you can be sure. Demands love, yes. I demand attention, mommy. Mommy, mommy! Ishnai, there you are! I was afraid we wouldn't see you before we left. We arrived not long ago, and a praise book of everything that happened. This is the longest I've been away from our village. But even though Tallulah and Ishgard were entirely different worlds to me, I was only ever treated with kindness. Damn, you're lucky then. Is anything the matter, Awa? Nothing, it's just something I've been thinking about. Our people has always been self-sufficient, but Ishgardians and the Zundu show that looking to your neighbor can reveal a way through the harshest of difficulties. And you heard the bond between Ishgard and Okzanu was only made deeper through their shared ordeal. To trust another to such a degree, well, I think it's a goal we should all strive for. We have at least one friend like that, don't we? She who bent her ears to every note of the narwhal's lullaby without a shade of fear in her eyes. I have faced against gods. I really don't care. Thank you, Ishnai. I've faced against fucking worse. I've gone to the end of the universe. For believing in us. For believing that no matter the outcome, your actions will not be in vain. In doing so, you taught me the worth of fighting alongside your allies you can trust. Even if your shield breaks, that is not the end. You're right. It is faith in our allies and their faith in us that gives us the courage to protect each other. But approaching someone with open arms doesn't mean they'll accept you. Relations with our people and our neighbors have been strained by generations of mistrust. We must take care to mend them properly. We can do that and learn to look forward to the future hand in hand, then there'll be no need to use the cradle ever again. People can sleep and dream untroubled and awaken with bright eyes. I want to see those days come to pass. Me too. Then you and I can finally spend more time together and make a family and fuck. Same thing. Right, of course. If we're gonna see this future, then we should get back to our village. They'll be overjoyed to see the cradle return. Thank you for everything, Ishnai. Next time we meet, may we both have good news to share. No sleep till... Okay. Jokes. Whoops. Alright. I will be right back. After getting some water and maybe using the restroom.